Hey, what is up guys? It's Jack here and welcome back to another Jurassic World Evolution 2 video. So just before the actual video starts, I just wanted to say that this is going to be the combined series of all of the episodes. So it's going to be around like probably 5 hours long. So I hope you guys do enjoy this. Now, when I was filming this first episode, I had no idea what I was going to be doing for this build. So I was going to completely make a different map entirely, and it was going to be my own custom idea of what the Rebirth Island was going to look like. Now you can see the map on the screen there. You can see that the dam was on the inside. Our enclosures are all in one isolated area. Um, but later on in the next episode, it changes a lot because of, seeing the movie, seeing some leaked footage and all that stuff. So there's some changes there. Now, if you guys want to join the Discord, it's absolutely free. There you can talk with the community, you can post some memes, you can suggest builds and all that stuff. You could also annoy me. People like to annoy me. Emoga. But anyways, if you guys enjoyed this video, please leave a like, please subscribe. If you guys do want to check out that first episode, since it's going to be left out, it'll be on the top right. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video and let's get into it. All right, so there's a lot of changes. As you guys saw on the map, there's a new little water area where the dam's going to be. Originally, we had the dam to be like right here, having the water go out this way. So yeah, ooh, this is gonna be difficult. So we're gonna probably extend the beach all the way around, but we're gonna get rid of most of this land. So I kind of started here already. So we're gonna go to this edge and we're gonna go down to the beach and use our water tool down underneath this water, right? And then obviously this water will fill up the area that we don't. That's not filled right now. After we reload the game, but right now we're gonna take our water tool and we're going to make it go up all the way to let's see how this is. So we have our fence ends here, right? So that means this goes this way. Okay, so this is going to be the area where their water is going to fill in. So all the water from the map, it'll fill in this area when we reload the save. The next thing we need to do is actually build the dam area. So before we touch anything else, I want to put down the dam pieces. So for this, what we will be doing is we'll be using the decorative pieces from the Jurassic Park, what is it? The Island Tour, I believe it's called, that mod. It's the mod that adds in these waterfalls and stuff, which we could actually use for our dam too. But it adds in these wall pieces, right? So these wall pieces are going to be added into it. So we'll be using these for our dam since it, will work as a dam piece. The only thing is it's the sizing of it, right? So the sizing of it makes it like kind of iffy. So at the lowest point, it should possibly be here, right? Which means we need to bring down the terrain a bit over here. Okay. So we will be making the dam area. All right. So obviously we have some like clipping issues going on here, but honestly, that's perfectly fine in my eyes. Where are we? Okay. We're just gonna get rid of this now. Okay, go. And then let's drag this all the way back. Okay. We're gonna put this so it's just going into the dam. Cool. All right. So this is our dam. Now we can actually modify the area around the dam. So we can take our water tool and bring it close. So we're gonna get some clipping issues if we move the water too close to the dam. We'll probably see it eventually. Like so. There you go. Right? That can be fixed with just smoothing it out and like just modifying the terrain a bit more. So we're gonna be doing that later on after we completely like do this entire area of all the stuff that it needs to be done of. Okay. So we're gonna do it on this side too. All right, cool. So this is our dam. We might want to bring this closer this way. Okay. Okay. And the reason why we sloped, let's remove this. The reason why we sloped all this upward was so we can just fix that pretty much quickly. Okay. we'll figure out what to do with all that stuff later. We just should probably get our mountains done first before anything, because the mountains are the hardest part of this entire build. Just planning them out, figuring out where they want to go, giving us enough space for the rest of our build. It's just an important part of the build that we have to do. Okay. Now I think our next part should be the beach area around the water. So we're gonna bring our beaches from here. We're not gonna have them go all the way around. We're just gonna randomly have them appear here. I wanna just know how high they are above the water too. Okay, and this kind of goes around to get to the dam. Okay, I'm just gonna bring this out around here real quick. I'll fix this later. And this is going to go out and around this way too. Okay. And then this is just gonna go all the way down. Cool. All right. I do think we should kind of bring this inward a little bit. Like so. Okay. Then we're gonna take sand and pretty much put sand on the entire base of this area. Again, we'll do the mountains in a second. Okay, cool. Next thing I'm going to do is reload the save so the water can just appear. So I could just have, you know, a reference to what I need to do next for the water area. All right, now the water has filled in our entire area for the water, like for the actual ocean area. That looks really nice. Only a little few changes that I would recommend doing. It would just be to do this a little bit more. Okay. We can modify that later as time goes. We also want to smooth this out a bit without it affecting the sides too much. Okay. Cool. Nice. We will eventually make this deeper. I just want to get a gauge of like how everything is gonna turn out. This is actually really amazing. I really, oh, that looks nice. The next thing we need to do is make a little island here. This is gonna be something simple. other than that, boom, we're good. Nice. So we have like a little rock there, and that's like the first little thing of our new rocks that we're going to be adding. Now, of course, you could always make this a little bit more detailed. We're going to be doing a lot of detailing on the sides of a lot of these rocks, but you can always just, just randomly take your flattening tool, right? And then just like do this. Oh, no, not that. Do this, right? Create like little areas, little pockets, put some dirt down. Right? And then grab some more trees. And then just put them down here. You know? So you can always do something like that. I mean, that's what we'll be doing over here. Kind of did it over here as well. That's good, but other than that, we'll have this over here. Okay. So we did like a little cliff here. Next thing we have to do is the cliff all the way around. So I will be marking out the areas. This is going to take a while. So I will be marking out the areas where we're going to have our mountains. this right here has a river. We're gonna have a river go from here all the way through this. Through to here. Yeah, so this could probably be problematic. Because we're gonna have a river going through here. Right? No, we could either choose to elevate this river or not, but we still don't know the terraforming of everything else because we do have one river go through the entire build, pretty much. At this height. Okay, and then it also goes through here. And it stops there. But it also comes down here a little bit. Okay. So that's a decent bit of land that needs to be redone. And I think the issue with this is perfect the way it is. This is fine the way it is, right? So we could have this be cliffs. But there's going to be some parts where it's just like, oh, what? Like, there's no cliff here. Right? So there's not going to be a cliff there. We're going to bring this out this way. It's going to keep going. Okay. There's not going to be a cliff here. Actually, there will be. Hold on. There'll be a cliff here, just in the center. Right? And then when we get close here, boom. Okay, that's going to be fixed. Okay, there will be a cliff here because of all these buildings that we have. This will go out more this way. This little ramp up, this is going to be replaced with just straight up. It's just going to be flattened out. Okay. Here, we can actually bring this around if we need to. Okay, that should be good, right? Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Then we pull this around. This is a cliff of ours, so we'll be fine. Yeah. So that's good over there. We're just gonna bring everything down. And then we'll do some light terraforming to the different areas later. Our main goal is to get the river and the mountains done. The river needs to be done before the mountains, because if it's not, then we're just gonna be stuck with like how we are now, an elevated piece of land that has like nothing. So We're just dealing with placing everything down lower than they need to be. I'm not really caring about the mountains right now, like if I'm touching them or not, because we're gonna be messing with them anyways. So it's just like this is nowhere close to just being like anywhere close to being done with anything. This will be put back a little bit. It's gonna slope down. So, okay. Now this is when we start using the smaller tools. Okay. This right here probably will have to go just because it's a slope downward. Okay. Okay. Is that everything? We have a little bit of land here. All right. Now the next thing is to do the mountains. Oh, so this is gonna take a hot minute. I'm just going to speed through this. I'm not gonna do any commentary for this. Pretty much what I'm going to be doing is the same thing that I did here, but with a lot darker. I'm gonna more so stick with a darker rock instead of the lighter one. I'll be doing the lighter ones on the sides where, well, I guess it's this one, an island, right? Like this one is just basically just going to be the lighter rock. Darker rocks are going to be all throughout the rest of this. So we can just get that vibe, you know, like that's the main part. This is just like one of these islands just out here. I wanted to match with the ones that we can't actually edit, right? So that's my whole thought process in that. But anything within the map, we will be using the darker rock. I'll be doing a lot of slope terrain work. I'll just be doing a lot of terrain work. So this is gonna just be a speed through. I'm not gonna show the entire thing. I'll just show like me doing this whole part right here, and then going through and just modifying the rest of it. So I'll see you guys in like 5 hours. All right, guys. So 15 hours later, I finally finished all the mountains and some of the terrain around it, and it was wild. It was absolutely crazy. It took forever. Now, I recorded all of it, but unfortunately, I will not be showing any of it because I don't want this video to go on for longer than it has to be, especially for this one being a update to what I did in the last episode. So pretty much the goal of this episode was to reform the mountain in a new way that we're going to be doing it. So we can move on and actually start building our facilities and all of our stuff. Now, I did see Rebirth, so I took some things and I put them where I thought that they would be. Now, I'm not going to give any spoilers for the people who haven't seen it yet, but I will be kind of showing you guys a tour of all the different areas, and if you guys seen the movie, then you'll probably see what the reference is. But yeah, anyways, we still have our main little area that we set up before. I did have to do a lot of mountain work, so some of the stuff got disappeared. Like the thing that was up here, that disappeared. Let me fix this real quick. The little viewing gallery, that disappeared. Yeah, so this isn't going to be, well, this is more so like a workers area, right? Just something to have a dock. And over here we have a couple of different areas. We have this like cool thing where the water actually goes through. The water from the ocean goes through here. and you can actually go in here and the water goes all the way deep over here. Then we have the crashed boat and everything, and you know, there's the forest and all that stuff. Kind of cool. We have a big shoreline now. Than what we had before. What we had before was just this main area with a few like trees every once in a while and all that stuff. Okay, now this, if we go inland, actually, we have a couple of rivers. We actually have one river that goes through the entire thing, which is kind of cool. So we have this one river that goes through here, and we're gonna have a field over here with some trees and all that stuff. So it's gonna be kind of cool. Then we have a river over here, you know, kind of cool stuff. So we have a lot of places where we can do our scenes. I'll be placing waterfalls in some locations like this. There's another one over here that I'll be putting a waterfall. I just wanted to add the waterfalls since we have them. This right here still needs to be edited. I'll do this at some other point in time. The reason why I didn't bring this river to this one was because I wasn't ready for the ocean to like actually connect to it, because since the river is lower than the ocean, it'll flood the entire area and it goes all the way over. Like, it would flood the entire map, so I wouldn't be doing that. I'll probably just put some rocks and make it look like it's going through. But anyways, the only way to actually get to the upper dam area is over here. Right here. Technically right here, but this is more of a steep cliff, and you'd have to go all the way around to do it. So I'm probably gonna change that. But as of right now, the only way to get up to the dam area is right here. And we're gonna be building our facility. I started building the facility in the actual episode, but I removed it all because I started building it when I didn't actually see the movie, and then I saw the movie and I'm like, okay, I need to make this area a lot bigger than I thought I was going to need to do it. So I'll be building the facility next episode. But we did all these amazing mountains. Look how awesome this is. It looks really cool. I'll go into this mode. Look at this. It's absolutely crazy. I love it. Obviously there's a lot of different like patches that are open because we're going to be doing some decorations and all that stuff. Like all the stuff that you see in the movie, all the stuff you see in the trailer. So it's going to be really cool. According to our map, there are buildings right here, there's a few right here, and I can't see anything further this way. So I don't know what I'm gonna do here. But we did do some new things with our lagoon. We used a different mod. We used the Open Lagoons mod to place down this lagoon so we can actually add the terrain into the lagoon. Okay, we wanted this to kind of be half man-made, half natural looking, you know. At least with the mountains, we wanted to make it look like it goes into the mountain. So that was our main goal here. And then we decided to put some trees on some of the areas right here. It didn't actually let me place the trees here, so I had to place the scenery item trees because of the dam part right here, like so. Okay. So we can do a lot more, like, we can do a lot more with this if we wanted to. As you guys can see, the edges is kind of like rigid. It's really not good. But if I do more, it's going to push it out to the area more, like out, you know, into the lagoon, and I kind of don't want that. But yeah. Anyways, this is our facility episode. So let's just get straight into building the facility. So we have our largest dam here, and so we're going to need to place down some, like, I want to say they're like pipes. Yeah, it has some pipes over here, and it has some like outer areas for the water to actually go down on the side right here and the side right here. So I think that's should be our first issue. The pipes is like the center point of it. So we have 3 pipes, one in the middle, one on the left, one on the right, that kind of go inward based on the center part of the pipe, and it goes into the water somewhere. I'm just gonna place down this. Let me actually make sure that the rotation's in the right area. Oh, perfect. Actually, really perfect. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna make a lot of these. Okay, so we can definitely use these. I just have to place them like this. So let's do 6 for now. I don't think we're gonna need all 6. I just wanna get this all placed down. Okay, cool. Let's actually form everything up here so we can drag them down later. Bro, this is so much easier when you actually build on the right axis. Does that look like it's big enough? That looks like it's big enough. Okay. Now we're going to take these 2 pieces and then we're going to rotate. Nope. We're going to rotate them on the y-axis. Okay. I'm going to copy this rotation, paste it to you. Then I'm going to take you. I want to put you halfway. I kind of want to put you like 70%, 75%. Is that 70? That's like one. No, that's like 2/3. Okay. I'm going to put him 2/3 of the way. Okay. Good. All right, nice. This is kind of like the Jurassic World themed one. I don't know if I want to use this. Here, we're gonna have this go across. This is going to be on this side. Okay. I think that's perfect for what it is. Yeah, I think that's perfect for what it is. Next, we can use our fake pipes that we are going to use. So we can go back to the operations area. And then we can start to place these. So we can do 1. We can do 2. And then we can follow this with some more. 1. We can do 2. And now this looks like it slopes a decent amount. Get another one there. Another one there. And we're gonna use this. Here, I'll show you guys actually. We're gonna use this point right here where my cursor is. We're using that point. We're using these points pretty much as anchor points, right? Where we're gonna like quote unquote hook things onto. So like so, right? Now the thing with these ones on the side right here, these ones are actually gonna go up, right? Same thing with this. So this one we're gonna have to actually copy the location of, and then we're gonna and then we're gonna drag it over here. Okay. Now for all of these, we're gonna select all of them. We're gonna go into the rotation tool. Okay. And we're gonna slope them up. Okay, now it's the dam. Here, let's take a look at the dam real quick. Yeah, okay. That's going to be a really high slope. So honestly, I won't blame. Here, actually what we're doing instead of sloping them up like that, we're going to leave this like this. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to place down 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go back into the advanced movement. We're going to click on this, copy the location, paste it. Same thing with this next one. Copy, paste, copy, paste. All right. Then we're going to select all 3 and then we're going to slope it up. Okay. So let's go into the rotation tool and then slope them up pretty much almost like at a 90-degree angle. Like so. Okay. We're going to have to do that again because I kind of screwed up a little bit there. So it's not Z that we want to move. Okay. G. Move them up a little. Okay. Y. Like so. And boom. Okay. So I'm going to place down one of these dam pieces as a reference. Notice that we're doing all of this somewhere else. That's not anywhere near right here. That's primarily because of the water. I don't want to have to deal with the water or any like placement issues. So that's what we're planning to do here. This is where our dam kind of rests down here. All right, you have like the little indent up. It might actually be a lot smaller. We have to actually get closer for this. So like right about here. Okay. And then here we're going to select these again. This is important because we don't want this to be a little bit, we don't want this to be too shoddy. So we want to pull this out. We want to lean it up. It's okay if the back parts slide in, but we just want to make sure that bottom line is at least as straight as we can get it. Because when we place more of these items here, we're pretty much going to be copying and pasting the coordinates of them. And if it's out of place, it might look a bit weird going up, because then some of it going up might be levitating. Okay, so that looks about right. Go back down to our advanced movement and drag these down. Okay. And then let's push them. Okay. So there we have pretty much what we wanted from this. Okay. So we have our nice starter area for the dam part. Okay. Now what I'm noticing about this one right here is this one's actually a bit... Oh, I'm missing one on that. I'm missing the back one. Okay. This one's a bit out of place, so let me fix that real quick. It looks about right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. That's even now. Okay. So how many of these do we need? We're probably gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say at least 5 going up. So 5, 10, 15. We're gonna need 15 of these guys. So we have to place down 15 of these container fuel tanks. So that's... Okay, so that's 15. Then we're gonna place down 3 on the side over here just for extra, just in case we need them for the top pieces up here. But I don't... Yeah, I don't think we're gonna need more than this. So what we do here is we take this piece, copy the rotation. So that means we have to switch to the rotation. Copy the rotation and go to every single one of these ones at least in this row and paste the rotation. Then we want to do the same thing here. copy the location of the one that's on the wall and paste it for all of these. Okay. Then do the same thing with this one. The reason why we're copying the location from the one on the wall for each one instead of just pasting the same one that we copied originally, that's because we just want to make sure that it's in line with the row that it's going to be in. Okay. So if we go back to our advanced tool, we can click on the dam piece right here. And then we can just copy that location as well. Paste it. Okay. And then we can move this one up. So we can use Y, move this up. As you guys can see, it's having a bit of an issue here. So that's okay. Just as long as you fix it. So we want to push this inward. And then what I'm going to want to do is, if you guys can't get it to the point where it's like the two squares like this, right? Where they're just on top of each other. It's okay to just put it within it. Okay. And it's okay if this isn't all even. It's a slope. It'll probably look weird. As long as this bottom part, as long as the bottom part right here, as long as that isn't above the dam and making it float. Okay. So that's going to be what we take from this. So we're going to copy this, paste it, move it up. And we're going to have to do the same exact thing. What we can do now is we can take this last piece, copy the coordinates for that one, paste it, and then we actually move it up and rotate it. Okay. Okay, we want to rotate this inside the wall. Okay. It's easy to do it from an angle. Okay. So let's move it like this. Go back to the rotate tool and push it in like so. Okay. Now seeing this, it's making me want to actually move it up a little bit more. Back a bit. Like so. And then it's making me want to take this piece, copy the location for that one, paste this one. And then have this piece rotated. From here. If I can't do what I want to do with this, then I'll just remove it. I don't think I will be able to do what I want to do with this because the slope is way too huge. So instead, what I actually think might look better is if we remove this one. Okay. And have it go like this. I think that looks a lot more sexier than just the flat piece inward. So I think we're going to go with this for each one of these rows. So that means that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy. Oh, nope. I'm going to copy. Nope. I'm going to copy the location of this one. Paste this one onto it. Move this one up. And do the same thing over and over again, including this piece right here. Okay. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. So you guys are going to get like a little speed lapse thing. So enjoy, I guess. Okay, guys. So we have our pipes completed. Let's go ahead and take these two pipes that we have here and just remove them. Now for these three that we have just laying around, we're actually going to take these and put them at the ends right here. So it's okay if we want to just copy this location and just paste it here for all of them. Okay. Just as long as we select all of these three pieces and then just move them down, right? It'll work. Then let's rotate downward like so. Okay. Make sure that this is in line with the top at least. Okay, that looks pretty good. And boom. Now, putting them in the water, that might be a little interesting. I'm going to fix this up a bit real quick. I wanted to have some of the sand showing on the bottom of this, but I don't think I want that anymore. So instead, we're going to put it as close as we can. And then now I think it's time to actually take our pieces and move them. Okay. So this is a decent amount of pieces that we have to move. So just make sure that you try to get all of them, because we'd hate to come back and like get the rest of them. Okay. The most important part about this is the pipes. If you guys can get the pipes, then you're pretty much set. Make sure you get this back one over in the back as well. The hidden one that's all the way back there. Okay. Next, try to get the platform. Some of the hitboxes for these might be a little bit weird. It's okay. We might actually have to go in some of these. Oh, there we go. Is that it? Do we have all the pieces that we need from this? We do. Nice. Now let's take this large piece and bring it all the way to the dam. Okay, so we are exiting our staging area. And then we're moving it here. Now, we have to place this. So we're going to try to get this as close as we can to the water without it overlapping all the time. So since we're using the fluid water, we're going to actually place this here. Now, I kind of did a dummy move. And I didn't make it that there's stands in it. So what I'm going to do is, how close can I get this without it like actually... Well, it depends on how it is over there actually. So let me rotate this. Okay. Bring this closer in. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but this is looking pretty dope, actually. Needs to just go in a little bit more. Make sure the top pieces aren't actually on top of the dam. Now, let's see if we can move it down just a little bit. Boom, I think this might be it. That is nice, guys. We have our first piece of the dam done. I know that took like roughly 30 minutes to do, but it's okay. Small little things add up in the end. Okay. The next piece that we have to do is like the dam pieces on the sides. No, we're just going to be using extrusions for this. We're not going to be doing like actual like large, huge pieces. Now we're gonna pretty much use these walls that we had to use on the bottom right here, but we're gonna use them in multiple cases here. Okay. All right. So that's our dam done. I mean, I see that we have a few other pieces, but I'm not gonna be able to fit those in naturally. I mean, I could barely fit in like the little dam parts right here. But let's actually move on to the facility itself. So the dam took a while. We'll see how it looks in the video. But other than that, I think we should just move on to the facility itself. I will be planning this because I'm going to be filming this over the course of 2 videos. So I'll be planning this. Now, when we enter the dam, in the screenshot that we have, there's a building right here. So I'm just going to lay out where the buildings are. I'm going to lay them out with sand. Okay. So there's a large building right here. This looks like it's just a random... I think this might be the entrance to the lab. Because I'm trying to remember the movie and like the different locations. I think this right here is the entrance to the lab. All right. There is a canal that goes right here. Then right here, I think this might be the gas station. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like this is the gas station. Obviously, we have the water helipad. But it looks like this goes up right here. And there's pipes that go along it. And then there's a tower right here. But like there's a tower right here. And then there's like another building back here that we're probably going to end up hiding. Or not even including. And then there's a couple buildings right here. Okay, along with some pipes just all over the place. This actually is interesting because this side, it's mountainous. So I think we might extend this mountain over here. Yeah. So these buildings right here are kind of in the mountain. Okay, there's also some pipes right here. We'll put those in. But I need to find a place where I want to actually put the hatchery. Because this right here, this dam right here, it's not going to be like a... It's not going to be lagoon. Because, I mean, come on, do I have to explain this? Like... Which one can I place? Hold on. Like, it won't fit. It's supposed to be canal, so I'm going to be doing a water thing right here. But, yeah. Okay. So this is something we have to do. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything right here. I don't know because it looks like back here there's... I think this might be the power plant. Back here somewhere. There might be a power plant back here. Or that's the lab. I don't know. It looks like a power plant. It looks like when they first cross the fence when they get into this area. Okay. So what we will be doing is we will be actually making this area right here go slanted upward. I was going to explore this a little bit before I actually try to do it, but I'm actually just going to move this entire place up. We're gonna increase our slope all the way up here. A lot of you guys got on me for that instead of using the water thing. Or instead of using that, I used the water thing. It practically does the same thing, but my only issue with this one was that there's a slope at the top. Most of these mountains, I didn't want the slope at the top to be like as, I guess, sloped as it is. I wanted it to go straight up, and then from there I wanted to see what I can do with it. So a lot of these cliffs on the sides and stuff, I didn't want it to be sloped as much as it would have been. Like for this, I wanted it to go straight up in a lot of different areas. So that was my thought process on that. Now for this, I remember this goes over the dam area. Okay. But the thing is, kind of slopes into it a little bit, only a little bit. So right here, we will be actually sloping this down. This, on the other hand, this is kind of weird because it doesn't show us, but I'm pretty sure it slopes gradually because there's pipes going along it. And naturally, you wouldn't have pipes going at the same angle unless it was sloping gradually. Okay. So this entire way right here, we will be making it go up. This might be different. I think I might bring you down up to right here at least. And then slope it here. Something like that, I'm assuming, will work. Okay. And then up here, this is where we want it to be kind of sloped. I probably should have used a different tool. Actually, that's one of my things. I see actually a lot. I'm sorry, guys. We want to bring this in, but we don't want to show the barrier. You see the fencing? We don't want to show the barrier of the lagoon. Okay. Because this is like all the way out here. Okay. And then we have like different little spouts of land that goes out here. So we have different like little spouts of land. Okay. Move it out a little bit, just a little bit. Then on the tops. Perfect. So all right here, it's going to be like vegetation, but we will actually be placing our buildings that show up, and we will be placing them here. Okay. Now the buildings that show up here, let me take a look at it real quick. I think I'm going to take a different take at this. I don't think I'm going to do those buildings. I think I'm going to use this building. Right? But I'm going to build around it. So I'm going to place this above the ground. Like so. And then I'm going to move this entire hill underneath it. Okay. So. Then I can move you down into the terrain. And then I can bring you out. Oh. I could bring you out. I think this probably looks the best. Okay. And then smooth it out. And we're gonna put this other building on top. Or other Biosyn building. Right? So I want to put this other Biosyn building up here. So something like this. I think that looks really cool for a building. This is kind of what I did in my Minecraft world when I was soloing. I just take some of our Jurassic World evolution buildings, and then just put them in our Minecraft world. I thought that was the coolest thing back then. Okay, we're gonna do another one of these. We're gonna put them next to each other. I thought that was the coolest thing back then, especially when I would make them in the game. Okay, we're gonna ignore the other like 4 of them that it shows, and we're just gonna put the trees because that is quite a bit. And I would like to say that this does go out quite a bit as well over here. So I'm going to have this go out. Okay. Then we'll take our trees, put them all on the side right here. Same thing with here. It does look like there's a tower over here somewhere. So I will be honest with you. I think this entire area might have to go with the water. Okay. This slopes down. So I will put here that there are pipes. I will specify where the pipes go. The pipes go like right about here. And then they go down. Now, where do they go though? It looks like they connect to the gas station, which is also right here. So the gas station is going to be right here. So it looks like they connect to the gas station. Other than that, I don't know where they go. Now, I don't know how I'm going to do these grass buildings. I don't want to just copy and paste the BIOS and guest shelter a million times. So I have to think about something. I think right now we can do is our helicopter pad. Let me take a look at the helicopter pads that we have. I might use the expanded tours one. I just want to see what happens when I move this thing up and down. Nothing. The helicopter just dies. Okay. Okay. So I'm probably going to have to use the arrival point from that one. No, it's there's a lot of buildings. There are so many buildings. Oh, this one. Right, this helipad. What happens if I move you up and down? Oh, you actually move up and down. Okay, but the helicopter doesn't. Okay. Wait, you don't fall through? Hold on. I'll probably still have to do this. I'll say this level. Okay, this level. Cool. And we can slope all the sides. Okay. Now let's move you. The helicopter fell. The helicopter fell. That's funny. Okay, we can move you here. Well, and then we have our little island in the middle. In our last video, we kind of took a little detour from things. I realized that I needed more stuff in order to do some of these builds. Now, I went ahead and tested things real quick. I spent, I want to say like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours designing a building as a test. I will show you guys in a second, but before we actually do that, I'll tell you guys what happened last video because this is technically a two-parter. We did our dam here. So we have our dam pieces right here. We have our pipes that go into the water from here. And then we made our island in the middle right here. And then we also did some buildings right here and messed with the terrain a bit. So it's not that much, but it's just a lot of stuff that could have been done last episode. So yeah. Anyways, this is my building. I don't have the actual picture right here. Okay, no, I do. So I was thinking, okay, what are ways that I can do this without it being weird? I know there's one build right now out where they use this and they just layer them. I don't want to do something similar to them. I want to try to do this my own way, and my own way is, oh god, my own way is making a mod. Apparently it's a very bad mod, but I pretty much designed these grass pieces. They're just bad models, right? Just different shapes, because I was realizing that we don't actually have like placeable grass like blocks. So I made these shapes and I added the texture from them. I just grabbed a texture from online somewhere, free texture, and I applied it on, and then you can see the actual product here. Now, originally when I did this, I only had 4x4 pieces unlocked, or 4x4 pieces made. I will be going through and changing these 4x4 pieces to the 6x4 piece right here. But in the future, I do plan to add more to this mod. I will try to get this mod uploaded and approved before the actual download link gets done on Nexus. So hopefully that'll be done, because I want you guys to actually be able to download this. Now, going to here, this is our building. I'm going to guess that this is the lab building. I don't know. This would make sense for it to be the lab in like how the movie played out. But other than that, yeah, I don't think anything else could be the lab, except for like probably the buildings you can't see back here. But I have a feeling this is the lab out of all of them. So hopefully this is the lab. But this is our building. Now, I just wanted to do a little test one. I wanted to show you guys how you can make it. Obviously it's not an actual building. You can't place anything into it. But if you wanted to add a entrance, we're not going to, but if you wanted to add an entrance, you can build around this building or something like that, right? Like we could honestly just take this building and put it somewhere in here, you know, have a shell. Basically that's what this is. It's a shell. Yeah, I was saying a lot of this was just me going into Planet Coaster, it felt like, or Planet Zoo or something, and then just saying, you know what? Yeah. So hopefully this is Evolution 3 worthy. But yeah, so this is what we're gonna stick with for our building. I didn't do an entrance or a thing for the front because I didn't know how I wanted the front to be, like the door, and I saw that there was no actual doors that you can place that would work with it. So I'm gonna stick with this. I feel like this was our best choice. But this is just the one building I wanted to show you guys, because I would just actually show you guys how to build it on these buildings right here, and possibly these buildings right here. So I just wanted to show you guys something and kind of cut my video time in half. I'll show you guys all the pieces and how they're laid out. So I mean, I said I was going to remove these, so I'm going to go ahead and remove these real quick. So as you guys can see, we use our favorite building block, straight walls, and we pretty much just layered them flat and like vertically flat. So you can see where they are, right? You have one right here, one right here, one right here, one right here, one right here. I believe there's one going down. Yeah, there's a couple going down right here. like straight down. And then you have these pieces that are sloped downward. Same thing on this side. I want to remove these as well. Okay, so you can see the building underneath it. I might just slope. No, I don't want to slope this to the side of the building. Obviously I made some like windows right here. I don't know how this front of this building looks. And then you can see that I kind of went with like a weird design. This is intentional. I wanted it to look like it was layered, so it gave it texture instead of having it like be like a flat wall. So pretty much for these, I just placed one, moved it a little bit to the right, placed another, moved it a little bit to the right, placed another, moved it a little bit to the right, and that's pretty much how that played out. Same thing with this one, except for I just didn't fill in some of the sides. So that's our first building completed. And I think it's time to move on to the next one. So I think we should probably do I mean, realistically, we should be doing the helipad. Or we can do that. Hold on. Let's do the canal. So we can split up to two areas. Obviously, we have the canal like planned out right here. And guess what tool we're going to use now, guys? We are going to be using our straight wall to build our canal. Actually, no. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to place it over here again. Okay. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We have 12 pieces here. Next thing I want to do is I want to all align them in the same axis. So we copy this one, paste this one, bring them up until they connect. Okay. And I copy this one, paste this one, do the same thing. Okay. And then we want to bring it over here. Oh, we forgot one piece. We want to bring it over here now. Okay. And then what I think we do here is we bring it all the way down here. Press R, rotate on the Y-axis. Press G again. Bring it all the way right here. Okay. Bring it down a little bit more. Center. Okay. And I know you guys are probably saying like, oh, you know, we need to connect these. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. I'm gonna remove this one out of the way though. We don't need this anymore. But I still want that angle just in case. So we're gonna set up what, like one. This one's gonna be annoying actually. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 6. That's not the right angle. Right. Now the next thing we want to do is some. This is gonna take a hot second. We we want to make some flat like surfaces on the ground. Now we could use pieces where we can use the Indominus Rex walls, but I'm pretty sure those ones are kind of sloped a bit. Oh, they have cameras on them too. And a door. This one doesn't have a door, right? Actually, hold on. The cameras aren't a problem. The only thing is these are 2 different colors. I think we stick with these. Okay. We're gonna continue to use our. We're gonna continue to use these. And we're gonna pretty much put them over edges right here. We're going to put them over the edges, right? So it just blocks off the whole, I guess, hole here. And then we're going to put them all alongside and make like a path around the entire lagoon. So we're going to go ahead and do that. This will be a time lapse. I'm not going to be doing commentary for this because this is going to be way too much to commentate unless I have something very important to say to you guys. But pretty much what I'm going to be doing is just I'm going to be flattening these out, right? I'm going to be flattening these guys out. So, right, that. And then I'm going to pretty much drag this along the entire ends of this. All right, everyone. So that took honestly that took a little bit of time. And by a little bit, I mean it took me it took me like an hour, maybe an hour and like 30 minutes. Um, yeah, it's actually looking really good. I actually really like it. Yeah, of course we have these like little bits right here and over here on this side. Um, we don't have to really worry about this side that much up here. Um, just because of we're just gonna box this in over here at the trees anyways. This isn't gonna be even important over here. Okay, so we're gonna work on the gas station. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna work on the gas station. Um, I'm going to clear all of this out and just depend on sizing in my own mind. We just have to know that this hill is here, so let's just paint that. And we need to know that there's gonna be a road next to this hill, so let's just paint that. Everything else is fair game. Okay. All right, now that we have that done, we will be working on the piping here and the laying out of the road as well. I feel like this is going to be probably the most difficult. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how this is going to turn out. Honestly, we can just... Honestly, I think I have an idea for that one. But we do have piping that goes right here on this cement thing. Now there's, I think, 3 pipes. I think maybe 2 pipes. 3 or 2 pipes. Right, so we're going to be using what we used before, which was the... Is it up here? No, it's in the utility area. It's up here, right? Yeah, it's this. Okay. Okay. All right, we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's start off with 6 and see how it goes. Yeah, let's start off with 6 and see how it goes. So we're probably gonna double layer these pipes, meaning that we're gonna have 4 of them. So let's get this going. Okay, so we want to make sure that we get all of them in a row. So we can copy. Let's copy this one. Okay, copy that one. Paste it. Paste it. Paste it. Paste it and paste it. Okay. Next, we're going to drag you out. Same thing with the next one. Drag you out. And this one, we're going to drag forward. And then this one, we're going to also drag forward. Okay, so that's 5. We have 1 more left. Let's drag you all the way up. Nice. Cool. All right. Now let's get 6 more. 6. Okay, let's get another 6. Let's get another 6. We can honestly, if we're running out of space, we can just do like a 6. Okay, cool. Next, we're going to want to copy this one, paste it, copy, paste, and just do that for all of them. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to click on all of these. Actually, no, we're not going to click on these yet. Next, we're going to take 4 more pieces. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to go back into our advanced tools. We're going to click on this one. Press K. Press L. Next one. K. L. Next one. K. L. K. L. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing for this other half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we get this end. Okay. Now we select all the ones at the ends that we just placed. We're going to go into our rotation tool. Okay. I didn't think this one through, so give me a second. Okay, we're going to select all of these. Rotation. Okay. We're gonna have these go down. Now we're gonna bring them out, push them down, bring them out again. Nice. Same thing with these ones. We're gonna drag these ones down. It's okay if these aren't lined up. Okay. Okay, we're gonna want to push them down a little bit more. Like so we just want to make sure that they're in the ground. Okay. All right. Next, we want to select all of them. All right. Want to press G. Okay, then we want to rotate them. G again. Freeform, I guess. That works too. Okay. Let's reselect them because I didn't mean to press that.
All right. So I will be using these mesh fences. You guys can download the collection where I have all my mods, and this will be in that as well. But I will be using these mesh fences to kind of make the outlining ring around the helipad. I'll be taking these and I'll be pretty much seeing if I can put them on every angle around the helipad. Now, this took a while to do just because of all the different little pieces that I added to it. So in a bit, you'll see that I added like some bushes, some rocks, and some of these objects are actually really hard to click with the advanced movement tools. So there's a weird cut somewhere in between, but you can see that I'm just trying to find every single angle, and eventually I do. I basically just make a plus sign and then another sideways plus sign. I follow the sides, how the sides are laid out around the helipad. I don't really specifically find a perfect angle for these things. I just try to make sure that the helipad will fit under or fit over it. So I place the rest of these meshes in line with our plus sign of their other meshes underneath the helipad. And then what I do after is, after they're all positioned, I select them all and then I rotate them to get that other half angle, whatever slope you want to call it. I don't know what it's called. I'm not. I'm a programmer, but I don't know math, so you know it's fine. Anyways, I try to fix the rest of the meshes to make sure that they're kind of even, because you'll be seeing the top parts that are outlayering when I pull the helipad up, so you guys can see that now, and it looks really good. I didn't expect it to look this good. I was worried about the helicopter though, because I didn't know the physics of how it was in the game, if the helicopter could actually land on the helipad or if it technically landed on the ground underneath the helipad. So I was just worried about that. Okay, so the next thing that we try to do here is we place down these stone walls that we love using. These are from, I believe they're from Engine Town. If you guys again want the mods, you guys can check them out in the description below. I have a collection, but I take these and I position them to make it look like the helipad is being held up by these concrete walls. I didn't want to do anything too much with the helipad, because I did notice that there was a lot of vegetation around it, so you can't really see these things holding it up. So I just put down the plus sign of 4 of them on each of the straight paths. I didn't even make sure that the wall was even like a 90-degree angle. If it was sloped, it was okay in my eyes, because it's something that's so little that you won't even be seeing if it was messed up, because you do place all of these trees and vegetation and all that stuff. Okay, so the next thing that I do is I place these rocks down. The rocks will be used for just kind of hiding the mesh that's in the background. Now, I unfortunately placed too much rocks, which makes it harder for me to move everything else. But I use these large temperate rocks to just hide everything. And then I place a little bit more down just because I felt like it needed to band outward more. Next thing I do is I open up the scenery menu and I look for our tree hats. Or actually, no, that's later. Sorry. I look for just some vegetation that kind of matches the environment. Stuff that you'd find close to the water. So I wanted to hide again the mesh. So I started placing down these bushes. And then after that, I move everything to the water. Okay, so here you see me dealing with the multiple layers that I had to move in order for this to be put here, but I just cut it out for you guys because it was like another like 13 minutes. But here I placed the helipad and it looks perfect. Only thing I was worried about was the pathway connecting the helipad to the outside. The other thing that I did here actually is I made the entire outside of the lagoon have the rock texture just so it didn't deal with this later. This weird thing happened with the paths, and I didn't want to remove the ones by the shelter or by the lab or whatever we're gonna call that, because it would have removed some of our lab. So later on, I fill up that whole entire area with the concrete paths. Okay. All right. So the next thing I do here is I make the walkway for the helipad. Now the walkway, it's there's some weird thing with the stone walls where they don't line up correct. But I just say, you know what, screw it. I'm not even gonna deal with that. I noticed that with the gas station last week. But unfortunately I just couldn't figure it out. So I just wanted to make the walkways. So the fences that we use on the sides, we use I believe they're the Jurassic World cable fences. I don't know what mod they come from, but I wanted the logs from them, but there was like this white part on the other side. So I stuck the white part on the inside of the bridge, and on the outside I put the just the logs that you can see. Now I just copied them, pasted them, and just went all throughout, and I made the bridge. Now this next part, I had to create like a slope for it to be down, like facing downward. I did this a weird way in the video, but in the end I just basically added another third piece to the bridge and then just sloped down with me rotating the path and the fences that I put on the sides of the path. You'll see this in a second, but it was just a weird way of me doing it, so I had to cut it because it was another like few minutes. I was also looking for stairs because I didn't want it to be slopes, but I noticed that we didn't really have any stairs, so I had to go with the slope. Okay, so here you see me dealing with all of this all over again because it was just annoying and it wasn't responding correctly. Like, I did not know how to plan this out in my mind for some reason. You know, I could make an entire building, but I can't make a pathway to a helipad. I don't know what's wrong with me, guys. But I spent a little bit way too long on this. I do this again for the pathway that goes over the canal, but I mean that's okay. The canal is okay. Okay. So the random cuts that we have where things are just randomly placed, those are the pieces that I put together. I just placed them there. Later on, I just a lot of my cuts are just because of that, because I do not know how I'm gonna do it, or I just mess up. I mess up doing it, and it's just like I spend an extra like 30 minutes just like redoing everything, even though it's the exact same thing that I did 30 minutes before. So it was just useless to show the weird random stuff that I had to do to make it work. So I apologize for just a random cut, and all of a sudden, this bridge is placed. But I just moved the 2-path here, and I just added that slope. Okay, so the bridge is completed. And then this next section is our main facility. Now, I didn't really know what to specify as the main facility, so this is just everything. Every little detail that we had to add to both sides of the canal. So I did put our pathways down. I used our main thoroughfares, and I wanted it to look like concrete, so I used those ones. Okay. And then this was weird because on the picture that I was using, there was a lot of vegetation just close to the lagoon. Now I might change that. I'm thinking about doing that actually right now. So what shows up in this video might be changed next video. I tend to do that a lot. I just, I'm like, you know what, I like this better because I don't like the concrete on the ends of it. So I might just have like a concrete pathway to the bridge and then just not have it and just have trees all along, because I did place these planters along the lagoon, but when I was taking pictures, it just didn't really look well. Okay, this next section, I decide to create the area for the bridge, but I don't create the bridge yet. I still just fill in the area with the pavement. Okay. It's weird because this recording session took like what, 3 hours to do, and the video is around 40 minutes long, so I'm already almost halfway through voiceovering this for you guys. I did like this part that I added back here with the trees. I wanted to put like some type of power station because I love how the power station looks for the Jurassic Park era. So I decided to add this. This is just a random me thing just to add random flair to the build. I think I said it earlier in another video where I didn't understand what else was added to this facility. Like you can see in the picture that there's some random stuff, but I didn't know what buildings those were, and I couldn't really even see the buildings, and I didn't want to just place like something out of the ordinary. But I felt like, you know, they kept mentioning in the movie, oh, geothermal, geothermal, geothermal. So I decided to add, you know, our power plants, which are geothermal power plants. Maybe I'll have the pipes leading up to it. I do want to say that I know that there's pipes on this other side of this canal. We're next to the power plant. I will be adding those in the next episode. I just realized that after looking at it when I'm barely editing this. I just didn't want to add it to this because I'm lazy. Right, so I just added a whole bunch of trees. I like this part because it's just, it felt more hiding the entire corporate part of the park. I like hiding my stuff with trees, so I just decided to do it there. And I realized that I needed a hatchery. Now I know this building probably isn't here in the actual movie, and I know that the lagoon building isn't there as well that I'm gonna place, but I just did because I want to add the mosasaur to the lagoon and I want to add dinosaurs, so I was going to use the hatchery for those dinosaurs. Okay, placing this lagoon hatchery, I noticed that there was some weird textures with the actual concrete and the water, so I decided to flatten the terrain around it and make it look like that the forest extends outward. I actually liked this change because I felt like I was having issues with the forest before. Not the forest, the mountain before. And I think this just changed everything about it. Now I wanted to add an aviary hatchery. I just didn't know where, but I noticed that I liked the aviary hatchery for those buildings on the mountain right there more than the biosim one. So I added those two buildings. And then I put them close together, copied their locations, and then just pretty much just spread them out. Because I do know that we have our Quetzals that we have to place as well, but I didn't think that they'd be able to be. I didn't think that they'd be able to be hatched from those. So I add more aviary hatcheries later in another building on the secondary facility part. The upper facility part, but it's okay. Okay, next area, I decide to remove some of this concrete. No, I don't. Did I not? Did I really remove the concrete in this area? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, well, these are the trees and planters that I was talking about that I wanted to replace with actual trees. I just don't like how, again, corporate it looks. It looks too. It looks too clean to have these planters and stuff. I want it more like I don't know how to explain it, but it's just it looks better when it's just natural, like the side, like the thing on the left side of the pathway. I just like it because these trees in a line, they just look too formal, and I feel like it's not supposed to look that formal. So I do plan to remove all those trees and clean up that entire area. Now this next part, I use another modded piece that I made. This is like the only mod that's not going to be in the collection until the download for this map is done, because I need to get this mod approved, and it's just something so it's a shitty mod that I just randomly made just to have this grass texture. So I need to figure out how to upload that to Nexus for you guys. But I made these new pieces. I believe they're called 32 by 12 pieces. And I made them specifically for larger side of like walls if I wanted to do grass things. So I lay them all out. I lay down a lot and then I move them. Okay. I move them over here. Hey guys, I'm yawning. Because I talked about this last episode, I didn't know if this was supposed to be sloped with trees or if it was like more grass. So I decided to put the more grass there. I accidentally reset the tool, or I accidentally reset the items. So we have to replace them, but yeah. But I don't know. I think they turned out well. I feel like I need to work on some LODs for this model. Because I feel like it does lag the game. Unless it's something else, or unless it's one of these random buildings that have like 500 parts on them. Because I did place a lot of decorations. So it could have been an issue. Okay. So we have this pretty much done. We just wanted to line it up. And then we wanted to fix the terrain a bit, smooth it out, just make sure that the ends are cleaned up. The next thing that we do is we lay down a border on the top and on the bottom of our wall slope. Now I used the concrete. I was gonna place them all, but I realized that they were all uneven. So I decided to place down, I believe, 12 pieces. And I placed down a whole bunch extra just in case I wanted to use more. And then I just line them up and make a straight line out of these, like how I did before for the canal and for a lot of other buildings in this build. I just line them up so I can just rotate them and put them on the base of it. And then I kind of do the same thing on the top, where I line them up on the top. Okay. Now that they are all lined up, I took a moment to just look at everything and see how it looks. And I thought it looked pretty, it looks pretty amazing. I really liked how it was turning out. It looked like a facility. Like that was my goal, you know, it looked like a facility. So that I did.
Okay guys, so now I decide to actually use more of our gas containers for piping. Now this section is quite a long section because I placed on so many pipes and I had to line them all up and rotate them because this was going to be the piping on top of the slope we just placed. Now I'm not going to narrate all of this because this is just, again, way too much, but I just pretty much just copy paste and just move them and position them and all that stuff, and you'll see this in a second. I've done this already like twice for this video. So you'll see it that I'm just basically doing the same thing over and over again. Now this part is another part that I'm unsure about keeping the way I've made it. I want to add more pipes towards the end of it. You'll guys see that in a second. But I don't know. I just feel like I put way like I didn't put enough pipes. I felt like I didn't put enough pipes. So you'll see that, but okay. So I placed on the pipes. This is what it looks like. It's all these pipes up top. I did add like a little L to it with the slope at the end, just because I wanted to end it there. This is where I feel like I'm unsure about adding more pipes. I want to add more pipes and make it kind of like a T-junction. But I didn't know what to do here. This next part is the vegetation on the ends of this piping. Now, I didn't know if I wanted to use the trees. I noticed that the trees were a little bit too much. And I remembered that we had like some different trees. We had tree hats, we had mango trees. We had all this random vegetation that I wanted to use. Basically, we use this vegetation to just hide the area that's open. It's basic Disney type of hiding, you know, just use something to hide something. So that was my plan here. I had to remove all the other vegetation too as well, and I decided to just do that all along this so you could actually see the buildings and the buildings that are going to be in the background and the pipes. So this is going to take a hot second, but this took a little bit of work. I used the tree hats. I noticed that we had these tree hats that were good for bushes. Thank you, Astro, also for mentioning that. We noticed this on my live stream on the Jurassic Park Europe one. But yeah. So anyways, here I'm just positioning all of them, just making sure that, you know, it looks okay and not just some random bush place. Also, I apologize if my voice is coming in and out. I'm sorry guys, it's hot. It's a hot day today, so I just had to have my fan on. Yeah, anyways, I clear out some of this stuff on the top because I realized that I wanted to add another building up here to just add some random building that could work as a aviary release thing for our Kretzel. You know, you know, a lot of the stuff that I do, I don't know if you guys haven't noticed yet, but a lot of the stuff that I do doesn't have an explanation. So me doing this kind of makes me expose myself for me just randomly placing things down and hoping it works. So happy birthday, guys. But yeah, I mess with this a lot because I didn't know what I wanted to do here with these trees. Because I wanted to not hide the pipes, because in the beginning of the movie the helicopter comes in and you can see all of this, so I wanted to make sure that you can see all of this. I didn't also like how the pipes were, so I decided to add some sides to the pipes and kind of just have that concrete make it look like it was guiding the pipes to some random place. I also decided that the back part of this should be a flat wall. Yeah, kind of like, you know, have our borders. As well as talking about when I was placing the other one. I just didn't do that until now. This is basically us now working on the secondary facility a little bit more. This should have been the cutoff, but there's just still a lot more.
Okay, so we just placed our other side of the wall here just to make it look like it wasn't floating. And then this is where we add the brackets for our pipes on the sides, just because we wanted to add some brackets. Now, again, I might change this to make it actually have some more pipes. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. But yeah, but these pipes needed to go somewhere, so I decided to add another building to these pipes. Okay, so I decided to make this bridge for the canal, basically the same design that I used for the helipad. Now these bridges, I'm gonna say this now, they need like some more support to it, just so they're not floating. I'll do that in a upcoming episode, just when I design everything, or like add more of a design to the rest of the facility, like more decorations and all that stuff. So I'll just do that. I wasn't gonna show me making the bridge again because that's a waste of like 20 minutes, and I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to sit through that again. But this part up here, I decided to add more concrete walls, just to kind of divide the section up a little bit. And then I add our stand treehouse thing, or watchtower, whatever it's called. Now I didn't know what I wanted to use. I didn't know if I wanted to use the viewing gallery, or if there was some other type of building that I could use. The viewing gallery was okay, but the thing is, it just didn't look right to me. So I decided to go through our decorations and see what I can use. In the end, I went to go use the aquatic park tower. I thought it was all right. It's kind of an iffy moment for me, because I didn't like the texture of the like canvas on the top of the tower. So I might change that again too. I don't know. Then this last part we had to do here was our fence. There's a fence here on the other side of the gas station. And the thing is, I had to hide a lot of our fence work because you couldn't place any trees close to the fence and the pathways. So this was me dealing with that scenario. All right, for this last part, we are working on the secondary facility, aka the upper facility, or top facility. I don't know what the hell you guys want to call it. I didn't know what to call it. It was just something else that felt like it was a different part of the facility, so I just decided to add it. Now, I wanted to use these. I wanted to use these buildings, because I liked how they looked, and they kind of would work for what I was planning to do anyways. Now I needed to use 3 of them to kind of make the building longer. The next thing I want to do is use these 3 walls, flatten them, and use them as slopes to kind of give the building more of like a
shape that engine used for this whole entire facility, where it's kind of angled but at the same time it's kind of straight. So I had to make these stone walls flat and then assign them to the ends of the building. Now here I didn't know how far of a slope I wanted to do. Apparently I didn't want to do that big of a slope because it just wouldn't really make any sense for some reason. So I placed them there. I moved them again a little bit because I realized that I wanted to make them look a little bit better. Then this next part, I decided to make the vertical walls so I can put them at the ends, like how I did with the gas station on the side of the gas station. So I placed them like so. They're not even with the ground, but I found that I was like, okay, I'm okay with that. I changed that later. I just try to make them a little bit more even, so it's not as visible, but it's still uneven. But this is basically what I wanted it to be like. I wanted it just to have it go out. The next thing I do is I add our grass that I made. Now for this one, I decided to go with a grass roof. I love the grass roofs in this, but it's really annoying to do. So I basically just placed 6 of these in a row and then just applied them to the top of this building, and then I realigned them to make it kind of have the concrete in between them still showing, so it didn't just look random, right? And then you can see that there's some gaps in some of them, so I used the concrete to my advantage and use it as kind of like divider. As you guys can see, boom, it looks good, honestly. Then I do it again. I place them all in a place and then I move them over a little bit just so we can get more of a concrete on the edge. And then I want the concrete on the grass to be like how I did before, where it's barely just showing the concrete. And then we have our grass roof. Okay. Then I repositioned these a little bit. I wanted them in line with the pillars on the top to just kind of have it like kind of lined up a little bit, in line a little bit. Other than that, everything else is pretty much done. This is pretty much it for our video. I do have an outro for you guys, but oh right, I had to rotate this. This is gonna be rotated to the side. Yeah. Okay. Then I wanted to put the pipes connected to this building, but I also wanted them to go through our little arches that we made, and I thought that looked cool. I do want to put something else back here, but I don't know what I want to do. I want to do another building at least. I feel like I can put more space with a lot of these buildings. But yeah. Anyways, we still have to decorate a lot of this stuff, but I'll leave that for a future episode. And here I am, just taking screenshots. So I'll leave you guys for my outro. All right, so for the longest time, I had no idea how I was going to meet the Quetzal Cave. So what I have planned now actually is, instead of doing it here like I was going to do, I watched the movie since it came out on digital. I've watched it probably like 4 times since then. But I have watched the movie since it came out on digital, and I will be actually making the Quetzal Cave probably back here. Now the closer I get to this facility, a little more it lags, but I will probably be making it back here because I didn't know from the first time watching that the cave itself, I think I can actually show pictures now, so this is gonna be cool. The cave itself has a mountain or like a valley. I don't know the geographical terms for this, but it has the valley in the middle, but it's like a circle. So Loomis says basically that he saw, you know, these the Quetzals flying around the entrance of the cave, and he saw the cave structure. So, or the temple structure. And so that makes me wonder, like, okay, so where are they? Right? Because there's no gap, like how there would have been right here. So it's either I close it off here, which wouldn't make sense in my eyes for what I was going to do anyways, because the way I was going to do this, I can also talk about this now since it's been over a month, is the flow of the movie compared to this map. So obviously we have our boat here from when they crashed, right? And then a little bit to the left, we have where the family goes. So they're both in this general location, but they choose to go in their separate directions later on. So again, I don't know the actual map. I'm not making the map from the picture that was released a few weeks ago, where everyone was saying it was Site C now. But I'll be continuing with the map that I was working off of after my second redesign on it. But I'll be doing that other map at some point. I probably honestly when Evolution 3 comes out. But they continue on over here, right? The family chooses to go to the left, while the research team goes to the Central Valley, which is going to be right here. So our family goes over here. They're going to be following the pipelines, which I'm going to be doing on stream as well. So these small little decorations that'll be around are going to be done on stream, like the pipes done on stream. You guys are going to leave some like suggestions or, you know, requests that I do for this to make it look even better, and I'll follow those. But the family will be going right here, and we'll be making the entrance for a river, like river scene right here as well. You can kind of see that it removed a little bit. But I had to figure out the theatrics of all that, right? So the family would be going down here, all right? Notice this little fork in the river right here. And our research team will be going out this way, or our collection team, or whatever we want to call them. They'll be going out this way, get our Titanosaur, get our Quetzal, and then they'll be coming back around this way, all the way to this fork in the road, in the river, fork in the river. So either way, they get here, right? Both parties, which will explain why they see each other's footprints and stuff. But we're not going to take into consideration that they're both technically entering in the same area. I don't understand how that was written, but I'm not going to dig deep into it. I've learned not to dig deep into Jurassic films a long time ago. But changing where the Quetzals are going to be, I think that they would either end up being over here in this like area that I was going to put something in, but I didn't know how to put something in, or I will be redesigning this area right here, removing this mountain a little bit, and basically, actually no, I can probably put this off over here. The only issue with that is that in the Titanosaur scene, you can see them going out to like the light all the way over there. So I don't know how the cinematography is going to be based off of this, but I will be trying to either make the Quetzal cave in an enclosed area over here or along right here. I just know that there's like 50 waterfalls in that area, and it's a good thing that we have the waterfall on. All right, so let's actually get started. So the Titanosaurs, right? It's a lot of long grass, and if you guys know something about the long grass that I have for the mod, it lags the hell out of the game. So I'm thinking maybe I don't put the grass in until very later. I don't want to have to be dealing with this, and I probably will be frustrated at the end of this if I had to do anything with the long grass. So I'll be working on the Quetzal area first then. Okay. So as long as we have a strong, solid view of everything, we should be okay. Now, our research team does come from over here, so we should take into consideration that one, this will be our swamp area that they go through, and two, they're going to be going over here, and they're going to be seeing our Titanosaurs here. Another issue that I had was that this river was a little bit too small. So honestly, I might just make it not even here. I don't know. It would make sense for us to do the Quetzal Cave here. I haven't really planned this, obviously. It would make sense for us to do the Quetzal Cave here, but they're over here, and then I don't know how he would see it. It would make sense for him to see it here. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to take this mountain. And I will be extending it all the way through. Right, so we're gonna get to this point. And we'll extend it all the way through. Right. Now, what we want to look at is this. We want to take this. I'm going to extend this a little bit more. We're going to work on all of this later, but we just kind of want to get the general shape of what we want to do. So I will be making all of this. I will want to remove the water as well, actually. The water is going to be annoying to deal with. Okay. I will be removing all of this. Okay. Okay, now this will go all the way around. And we're gonna kind of isolate this coved area a little bit. Now we're gonna flatten the rest of this, kind of ruin what we just made, but it's okay. All right, now for scale, I didn't really think that. I think this is okay for scale. I'm not really looking at the picture right now, but I think this should be for scale. I'll look at the picture in a second, because we have to know that our humans are actually very tiny. Okay, so our Quetzal's cave is going to be ending up right here, which would kind of make a little bit of sense, but again, it kind of won't. Now for this area right here, we're gonna cut this off. Okay. We're just gonna give a little bit more room for the titanosaurs. Okay. And we're gonna want to get rid of these trees that are on the side so we can paint it with our rock. Hopefully in Evolution 3 we will be getting like a Rebirth island. The Rebirth island in the as a map. Even if it's just a sandbox map. You know, we don't have to connect it to anything. Hopefully we get that, because getting those textures of the rocks and the different trees, same thing with Jurassic Park Europe. I want to be able to make that in the actual island that it's supposed to be at. I did also notice that a lot of these tops of the mountains should be dirt, but we don't have the actual dirt. So I kind of screwed myself there. But we will be making an even better Saint Hubert on Evolution 3 whenever that comes out. I guess whenever that comes out, we know when it's gonna come out. Okay. I'm going to be placing down trees all along here. We're gonna start small and then we're gonna work our way up. We just want to create a tree line to kind of hide the base of the mountain to make it look a little bit less intimidating on the edges, because you don't like seeing the bases of the mountains at all for most of the time. Now a lot of these trees are going to be kind of weird as well. They're going to hide our mountain, like our mountain textures, and it's going to apply some weird green texture. Okay, we also have to do some cleanup on this side of the mountain for our rivers and all that stuff. Let's take this, put this on the back side. Just paint a little bit with this lighter rock. Okay. And then we're going to want to get rid of all of this right now. And then I'm going to take a look at the picture and see how this looks. This entire level is going to be clear. I'm not going to remove the bottom floor of it, but this entire river is going to be clear. Let's actually do it. Let's actually do it because we're going to have to build the water area where Loomis lands. Unrealistically. Okay. So this entire area, let's do this entire area too as well, I guess. We're just cleaning up the entire, all the trees, I guess. Okay. Great. Now let's take our smaller brush again and just put it alongside here. Okay. It's okay if you guys can't go through these, like if you guys visually can't go through these. Our goal is not to make just a path, it's just make the landmarks, you know. Landmarks are important for builds because it's what you're making. It's, you know, the whole point of this. I'm not going to try to make this like that we can walk through it. Unfortunately, the game doesn't allow you to walk through forests, or I guess they do allow you to walk through forests. But I mean, like, they don't allow you to drive through forests and stuff. And I know a lot of people are probably going to want to get into a vehicle and actually just take a tour of this place. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Again, I'm just doing this from a top-down point of view, because that's how I'm building it. Okay. So we have our mountain area. We'll take a look at the picture. I guess I'll open the movie. I already have the movie, so I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open the movie and I'll see how this looks. Oh yeah, nah, you guys are all crazy if you guys expect me to make this thing and oh god, this is gonna be torture for me. Okay. So unfortunately, we don't have a way to scale our waterfalls. So this is gonna be interesting. It really is something because no, yeah, this really is something. This is really not as big as I thought it was going to be. Let's take a look at our waterfalls real quick. Yeah, do you guys see how big this waterfall is? Oh, let me turn it the right way. Right, we have the smaller ones, which might actually work. Never mind, I'm just complaining for no reason. Never mind, we're all good. We're all good here. Only issue is, yikes. Again, it's here. I'll send a picture. I'll put a picture of the screen of what we have to do and how we're gonna probably mess it up. So again, I can't wait for Evolution 3 because this is, I usually the way I do my videos for remakes, guys, is the first one is always usually bad. So I apologize to you guys for that. This one is going to be remotely, like, it's not going to be remotely like as good as the one on Evolution 3 is going to end up being. That's just because I learn over time where I messed up and you guys leave comments and yell at me and all that stuff. So at the end, it works out. So I apologize. Yep. But we want to bring this out a little bit more, but we also want to bring it up. Okay. So we're gonna have this cliff reach there, but we're gonna have this slope up. Okay. And then we're gonna take our tropical trees, bring them all the way up to here. We're gonna try not to overhang the trees like how this is happening right here. because overhanging the bushes just kind of makes it look ugly, but it's kind of impossible not to overhang the bushes because it's just the random variations that they add when you place down certain items in the game. You just kind of have to work around it. Okay. Again, this area all up here doesn't have to be perfect. It's not like anyone's going to be stepping on this, right? It's just there to be there. It's not supposed to be perfect. And I'm kind of realizing that over time when I'm making builds. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna not get rid of that. I'm just gonna put a waterfall probably in it. All right. So there is a river that we'll be going through here. Let's just say river goes here. Right. Well, it's a waterfall all the way around. So I mean, I guess the river will go all the way through. Out around this way. Right. And again, this let's actually not have this go here. Oh, who says it actually has to be a river though? Hold on. No one's saying this has to be a river. You know? So let's actually remove this entire river. It's probably for the best anyways, because there's not a lot of space to go off of over here. So this river, let's just have it end over here, but let's also be careful and add it here. I guess we don't have to connect the two, huh? Connecting the two will make it weird when we're trying to get those scenes from the movie, because the titanosaurs are going to end up probably walking this way out of all the places that they're going. Because when they overlook here, right, hiding behind the mountain or the hill, hill, and it's like, oh my god, wow, crazy, right? And then they end up walking the other way, which would end up being this way. Even though walking this way would make even more sense, but we're not going to talk about that because it's a entirely different story. So yeah, let's just have the water end here. Again, we don't have to make this anything special. The only thing I do want to make special is where Loomis lands. So let's actually do this. I'm gonna take some of our temperate rocks. And this is where he's gonna be landing. Okay. Now again, there's like dirt all around the like sides of this. But again, I can't do dirt, so I'm just gonna do rock and mix it in with our dirt. Okay, so that's gonna be our main little area where he comes out. And now the rest of this is going to be rock. We're gonna bring the rock all the way down. And then we'll make our rest of this little valley area just be flooded with trees. I'm not gonna do the little I guess I can. Hold on. Let's actually take all of this back. Sorry guys. I'm getting comments on some of my builds saying you keep deleting everything that you go through. Yeah, I know. I'm not a very smart individual that knows what I'm doing. Yeah. So we want to take some of our rocks. Now we want to take our rocks. We're gonna take tropical rocks. This is in the rock section. Right, we're gonna take our tropical rocks and we're gonna try to make some little mountains. So let's take our large ones. It's gonna be 3, 4. Let's do 5 here. 1, 2, 3. Maybe here. Do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Let's do 1, 2, 3 here. All right. We're gonna go into our advanced movement tool, right? Go into the advanced mode, and then we're gonna try to make these little hills that are in the rocky like cliffs in the middle over here. Okay. So let's try to do this. It's been a while since I've worked with this, so give me a second as I struggle a lot with this. Okay, we want to bring this up now. Okay, copy that, paste it there. More. Down actually. Okay, copy that, paste you there, bring you up. I'm trying not to make this look like an Easter Island head. Kind of impossible not to do that, so instead I'm gonna bring this one here and put it there. And then for this one, I'm gonna bring this one up here. And I'm gonna make this smaller than it actually is, just so we don't have any issues. Okay. This is what it's gonna look like. It looks like something. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Not in decorations. Rocks are not in decorations. It's an environment for some reason. Okay, we're gonna place another one and another one and. Okay, perfect. Cool. Like this. Bring it up. Okay. This one. Cool. This one's gonna go behind it. Okay. All right, looks better. Now for this one, we are going to be doing a smaller one of these. Don't have to really put that much work into this. We're just gonna randomly put these. Again, I said this in my Biosyn one when I was making the T-Rex. If you guys don't like how I don't explain like the rotations or whatever that I'm doing, it's because I generally don't know. I'm just doing everything at random. Most of the stuff that I do is completely at random. So you guys are honestly seeing my brain work in like real time. Except for when I have a map, you guys I plan it and like what I'm gonna do, like the Minecraft videos and some of this other stuff. Okay, bring this down. That's gonna be a good smaller one. All right, then we have room for one more. Let's bring this one here. Elevate it a little bit. All right, cool. Now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting some bushes in here, not some trees, some bushes, because the trees are going to overcloud this and we kind of want to show this. So we're going to be going into our scenery items. And we're gonna look for some temperate bushes. Shrubs? No. I think this is just a grass. Maybe some tree hats, actually. I'm actually gonna start placing this around everywhere. Where I'm gonna put the waterfalls. Okay. I'm gonna put some more over here. Notice that I'm hiding some of our bushes with our rocks. It's okay to not put all the entire like item out. And it's also okay to over like extend an item. Okay, so he's gonna fall right here. Okay. Okay. Take a look. Where are our tree hats at? I'm assuming they're not down here. That's also not what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. See if we could find some decent like bushes that we could use. Now the oak tree hat might work. I wonder if we have like a different tree hat for our. Here we go. All right. Oh, cool. This one actually will work. Kind of hide it. Kind of have that illusion that it looks a lot smaller than it is. Right? And then we're gonna want to take one more. Place it in the middle. Elevate it just a little bit. Okay. Cool. Right, we could also take this one and make somewhat of a pathway. Into the tree. Okay. Cool. Now, the next thing we need to do is add our waterfalls so we know what we have to also put. Okay, we're gonna get our waterfalls. We're gonna be using this one. Now, it's weird because I can't actually see the entire thing. I have no idea where the waterfall actually is coming from. So what I will be doing is I'll be placing these things and moving them with our tool. So I'm going to be placing them all in the water. I'm going to count how many waterfalls I see on the screen right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now I might not use all of them, but hopefully we get to move some of them. Now this is going to be annoying because we can't actually move some of these waterfalls. Or we're probably not going to be able to move some of these waterfalls, so I'm actually going to delete these. I don't want to have this many waterfalls where I just can't move them at all. And I don't want to have to struggle with selecting them. See, like I have all this stuff placed already. So selecting them is going to be kind of annoying. Especially if I have them already existing. That I'm just going to place them. Okay. And then move them however I. Okay. Also, the hitbox for it doesn't really make sense. Okay. Cool. So we want to use this side. And we're going to drag this one. This is going to be our first waterfall. We will be making it a smaller one. So it's going to be coming out of the mountain. I'm going to rotate it this direction. We're going to bring you down. Outward a little bit. Okay, like so. And then we're going to try to rotate it a little bit, make it that that's not the right way. Is it Y? Y. Okay. We want to bring it closer to the edge so it's not just. This is going to be a smaller one. So that's going to be it. That's going to be one of our waterfalls. I know it doesn't look good right now. What we are going to be doing is we will be taking some of our rocks. This is going to be a lot of waterfalls on rocks. That's what this episode is going to mostly be. All right, so we're going to take one big rock, a medium rock, another medium rock, and a couple of small rocks. Okay. Now this is where our waterfall will be actually coming out of. Now, we're going to want to make some weird little set piece that makes it look like the waterfall isn't just randomly pooping out of the side of the mountain. Okay. We might need to add a under piece for it. But for as of right now, this will work. We just want to make sure that we select all of our pieces. I think that should be all of them. Yep. Okay. We want to move this over here. Notice how I'm not really caring about the rotation or anything like how I was when I was building the facility. The facility was just going to take way too long because of that anyways. All like the separate pieces that need to be put down and all that stuff. Okay. 1 to 2, we can bring in a little bit more. Also rotate it. Again, it's the y-axis. I keep messing up this single part with the y-axis. Okay. Bring it out. Nice. I want to rotate This rock? Oh, this one right there. Or why can I see? Oh, there we go. I want to take this rock and I want to put it down over here. Okay, cool. So that's what we're gonna do for most of our sides. The temperate rock is gonna do light. I'd rather go with our tropical ones. Okay, that's what we will be doing, and we're gonna be doing it all alongside here with our 10 more waterfalls that we have to go. Okay, so now that we added our rocks to the waterfalls, it all looks like just piles of poop just on random rocks. That's honestly because of us not using a tropical map, but I'm gonna let this one pass. Now, what I want to do for these tops up here is I want to use trees, but unfortunately the trees look like this. So it's going to be really elevated compared to the rest of everything else, right? I don't want this to be overflowing with trees. I don't want this to be having some like bushes flying off the side like how it is here, right? I don't want that. I want it to look like it's an actual cliff with trees on the top. Now, the way that I'm going to end up doing this is the exact same way I did all this stuff down there. I'm going to be using the tree hats to kind of make it look like it's bushes. Now, I discovered these tree hats on my stream a couple of days ago or weeks ago. It's been a while since I've actually done a video. I had to take a little break for a bit, but I'm not gonna talk about that. We want to get that stuff going. Now, I made this elevated up here. I'm gonna fix this real quick before I actually move on. I made this elevated just to give it some purpose to not be the same like height the rest of the mountain, right? I was realizing that a lot of it was too I realized that the terrain was a little bit too like the same, right? And there wasn't that much variation in the height differences. So I'm making it that this little valley over here is going to have a bit of a elevation, and this up down here. It's not a big change, but it's just something I wanted to add, just so the back of this mountain doesn't look as massive as it was. Now I'm gonna remove some of our random tree stuff that's everywhere. Okay, now we're just going to add bushes pretty much everywhere. On the top of these things, on the flat parts, right? So all along here, up here, down here, up here, all that stuff. We're gonna do that. And then we are going to be putting our Mayan little monument here. All right, this one that we have. And before you guys comment saying, I know it wasn't the Mayan, like, no, I know. This is the building set from the I believe it was one of our tour mods. Where is it? It's up here. So the Gate of the Sun. And it's with all of our Mayan stuff. So we're gonna be using this as our little entrance for the cave. I'm not gonna build the actual cave. Maybe when Evolution 2 or Evolution 3 comes around. But as of right now, I'm not going to try to put a cave down that's not going to actually be able to be put down. That did not make any sense. I'll be putting rocks underneath this to make it look like it's elevated, and I'll be doing that after we refine the trees and stuff here, but I just wanted to give you guys a little heads up on that. Now we want our tree hats. I believe our tree hats are here. Here. Okay. Now I want to look for this one. These ones. Nice. Okay. Oh. And actually no, we could wait on that one. All right, so we want to put our tree hats. Now, a lot of these are probably going to have to be placed down a little bit more, but it's okay as of right now. We just want to place these down and we can organize them later. We just want to give this valley some like foliage that we can have. And we just want it to actually look like it's, you know, it actually has some type of trees or something, or some bushes, or just something, you know, something that's there. And we're gonna play with the perspective a bit, where the waterfall looks like it's going down into the trees from a distance, right? So that's what we're doing with that. We're not doing anything too big. Now when it comes to the trees going off of here, we're going to probably want to put some bushes that are elevated compared to the rest of the stuff, because you can see the rocks going through them. So we're gonna put these down, right? And then once we get down here, we're gonna put these ones down over here. Now you notice that I'm using the same one over and over again. This is just to like give a base layer of stuff, and then we're going to be adding more on after. Right now, we just want to create like a kind of layer that goes over everything else. Okay, we can also apply this stuff here if we want to. I'm not going to put that much there. Okay, cool. So we have our initial layer of bushes that we have everywhere. I want to put some more. Okay. Now we're going to go on to a different type of one. Do we have the I want the trees from here. I want this tree. Is it that? Okay, well, I'm gonna put a little bit of these just to give a little bit of variation. Again, you can't really see it. It all looks the same. It's the same texture. I want the temperature. I actually don't know what trees they are. Are they oak trees? I think they're oak trees, but the oak tree looks bad. This one looks better. They had to be like reduced, but they look better. Okay. I'm gonna be placing these. Okay. That's one. That's two. 3, 4, 5. I love how you can tell which ones are the oak trees when you select them. 6. And we want to bring them all down a little bit so you can't see the mound. Okay. And it just adds a little bit of differences in the textures around it. Okay. Nice. Now let's go up to the top over here and let's see if we could paint this a bit. Okay. We want to bring this one up. There we go. Nope, that went back down. We want to bring this one up. Same thing with this. Okay. These ones we want to bring up. I think that'll work from now on. Alright, cool. I think we do need one more waterfall, like right here, though. So I'll be placing that one right now. Water is down. Let's place this one right here. Y. We'll have it come down from here. Rotate on the y-axis. There we go. Now let's take our puddles for our water. Go up this. Okay. We want to go for the smaller ones, right? Apply it there. Apply it there. 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 And I guess we can do it here as well. Okay. My only issue with these, I don't think I could probably select these ones over here. Only issue with these are they are a little bit too much. I'm going to drag them down just to get a little bit of a splash. Right, these ones over here, I don't know. That might work. Okay. One over here. That works. Already got that one. This one, I don't know if I'll be able to select. Oh, I did get it. Nice. Cool. Now, if we want to, we can take our rock tool. I think this is the darkest I can get. I think this is the darkest it gets, right? We can't make it any darker. No, we can't. Yeah, that sucks. Take some dirt, put it down right here. Okay. And then we want to add some palms. Just to make it look like there are some trees that are taller than the others. Okay, and then on these bigger sections over here, it's okay to be doing our forest, our larger forest, like in the center, not at the edges. We don't want to overflow the bushes. Okay. Doing a forest here is probably going to be annoying to deal with. But it looks good. All right, cool. So we have somewhat of a tree coverage over here going on, but we have our little area for our pretzels. Now, I'm going to be placing some fish feeders down because annoying these guys, they need fish and they're going to get really annoyed if they don't have their fish. So I'm putting them all down right there. I don't think I want this one here. I think that's too close to the rest of the park, or rest of the area. Okay, cool. Okay, so I have one problem, and it is this rock right here. Everything else I'm okay with, right? But it's just that rock right there. I know we have waterfalls coming in from the sides. The only issue is since the texturing filter doesn't really seem to like actually be tropical, I don't really want to have these guys right here. So I'm gonna push these guys back right here. Try to grab on this waterfall. Let's see where the delete point is actually. Is that it? What is that? What is that? Why is that? That's a waterfall delete point. Which waterfall is that? What waterfall is this? Because it's not the center one. I don't. Is that the waterfall one? Hold on. This waterfall. Okay, hold on. Now, if I want to move this right here, is it based off of that? It's weird because you need to find the hit marker for this. Can I not move this? What the hell? Okay. Never mind then. I guess I'm not moving this. Okay, let's bring this all back down then. I'm gonna do something else then if I can't move this. Oh, can I not grab this rock? What? It looks like a crab. Okay, so instead of doing that, what we're going to do is we're going to connect it to the top a little bit. We are going to be using our bushes like we did up there. Now we are going to be, I keep forgetting where this stuff is. This one, no? It is this one, okay. There's a smaller one. Let's take this one. We're gonna put this one right here. Okay. And then we're gonna take the same ones and put them right here and right here. Right. Now we're gonna take them and we're gonna do them one by one. We're gonna bring it down and into the rock. Okay. Same thing with this one. Bring it down and into the rock. Okay, if this other rock is sticking out, we just don't want it to like be too... I just don't like the texture of the rock. The background of the mountain texture. Okay. And cool. I'm gonna bring this one up a little bit more actually. Okay, cool. Nice. All right, so this is gonna be our little like valley for them. I could definitely do better on this. Just give me 40 more watches of the movie. All right, we're gonna put you down here. All right, we're gonna take you. Oh right, we said we were gonna put rocks underneath this, weren't we? Let's actually do that then. That was my bad. Let's just delete the piece, honestly. Let's just delete the piece. There we go. Okay. Cool, let's grab the Temple of the Sun. What is it called? Gate of the Sun. Yes, let's grab the Gate of the Sun. Let's move it in line with this, and then let's put some rocks underneath it. Now, I was thinking about what other stuff I can be adding onto this, but there's not really that much that I can add on to this. I'm going to be putting some rocks underneath it. I'll be using our smaller rocks because this is a smaller thing. And because we kind of want to keep it flattened because it's supposed to also be a cliff. Okay, so we're just gonna do this a couple times. Okay. Alright, cool. Nice. Now we have to select every single one individually. I wish there was like a drag feature in this mod where you could just drag and select them all, but I'm pretty sure that is because of the game mechanics itself not allowing it to do it and not the mod. That's okay. Got this. I think it's okay if we leave some of them here by accident. Major items for this is the gate itself and the rocks that are underneath it. Specifically those ones. Okay, you can see that we missed some of them. Okay. And that's how I end up picking them up, by the way. I bring up the whole entire thing. And then I right click, let it go back down. and try to pick it up again in that exact same spot. Boom, we got it. So let's bring it all over here. Okay, so we want him to fall. So I think right here is going to be spot, because right here we have him falling into right here. So that makes the most sense to me. Okay. Now that we have those, we're gonna grab a couple of these rocks and we're gonna bring them down so it just doesn't look like this whole thing is floating. Okay. We're gonna take all of these in front of it. Drag them down. I will say something. I actually think that there is something else that I could be putting on here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, because this looks hideous. This looks hideous. Hold on. I think there's a better building that I can be using for this. Instead of using the rocks, we could hold it up with the ends of this. I think I might go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna actually remove all of this. Okay, just like that. And we're gonna go back over here. And we're gonna place this. Now, place this one. Okay. Place this one. We're gonna bring this to the top. Or let's bring it in between these two actually. Okay. And then from here, what we want to do is we want to grab this one. And we want to grab this one, bring it up. Right. Then we want to place down more of these larger ones, right? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to copy the location of this one, paste it, move it to the left and to the right. Okay. Copy, paste, move this one to the right. Okay. Copy this one, paste this one, copy this one, paste this one, copy this one, and paste this one. Then we want to select all three of them. Okay. And then bring them down. All right. Let's actually rotate them. Okay, if this isn't a perfect angle, it's okay. We're just gonna bring them back up. And then we'll fix them here. Okay. So we want them to be in line with the other floors. So are they? Is that even? I don't see any issues with it. Okay. Next thing we want to do is we want to select all three of these as well as their gate. Okay, make sure everything is selected. And then we want to move the entire item. We're going to move this entire item back to where we were. Hopefully this looks a little bit better. It's just the only thing we want with this is the pillars to make it look like it's hovering somewhere, right? Or not hovering, flying, floating, whatever you want to call it. Okay, we don't really want to have our white parts of it out. So if we could hide those, that's perfect. If not, it's fine. We can do a little bit of changes. Okay. At least the bottom floor we want out, right? Now that looks okay, right? That looks like there's more than just a random rock wall, right? Now, other thing I want to do is I want to put down some decorations just to make it look like there's a little bit something more. That's so small. That's actually not going to work. Okay. I'm going to put down these pillars in the middle over here on both sides. Just to have something extra. Again, I'm not going to really care about how this looks. This is just supposed to give some texture to it from a distance. Right? Just something different, something not just rock and stuff. Okay. If it is going to be a little bit out, like how some of these ones are on the bottom, we're just going to select them and drag them inward. Okay. All of these need to be moved back. Okay, like so. All right. And then once again, we need that bottom part of the cliff to make it look like it's elevated or something. Now, do I have an easy way of doing this without it looking bad? We don't have rock, right? That's my issue. We don't have rocks. I should probably put a nest somewhere as well. Yeah, no, I don't have anything that I can put here. There's nothing decorative that can put in. I can try to put another one of these. Hold on, I might have an idea. Did I pass it? I passed it. No. It's up here. I thought I passed. How about we take one of these? Rotate it. Okay. Bring it into the mountain. Okay. Bring it out a little bit so it's kind of elevated up a little. No, so we have something. And then what we can do is you can hide this bottom part. This is hard because this affects up here. Doesn't affect here though. Okay, so that hides that. I think we might be able to get away with this, but again, up here, Our issue is now this. I think this is as best as we're probably gonna get it. I think that's as best as we're gonna get it. Yeah, I think that's good. Now up here we have a little bit of space where we can make an area where they're just elevated from. Or elevated from, hanging from, sorry. Okay. From what I understand, I think this is also a waterfall, right? Only thing is I don't understand where I would put a waterfall at. So yeah, I don't know where I'd put a waterfall right here because it's like it either goes this way or it either goes this way. But the thing is, there's no waterfall in any of the clips after they show the establishing shot of the area. Okay. Want to remove some of our vegetation that is just there randomly. Yeah. And then we want to add some rocks. I keep opening the wrong tool for this. Okay. Want to add some rocks. That could be like the rock that they hook onto. I'm not going to put this one here. Okay. Cool, that can be a little area. And I think that's good. I think we're done with this little area for our pretzels. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice. Now our Titanosaur area is gonna be the easiest because it's pretty much already done. We just placed down the items. So I think honestly, let's just do it because the only thing I need to do is place down the grass for it. And we're gonna go with the very long grass. Right? Now my whole thing is, do I want to have it like this? I want to see how this looks, right? Do I want to place down this grass as this item, or do I want to place it down as the grass in this? Temperate elephant grass. Because you can actually see this one. The only thing is it doesn't conform to the grass down here. It also has some textures, like the LODs on this will probably mess this up. I don't know. You can see that it's hovering though too. So it's just like, do I want to be using this? I'm placing all of this would be crazy. It's just from a distance you can see it better, you know? I think I'm gonna say screw it. I think I'm gonna place down all of this elephant grass here. So this is gonna take me a hot minute. But I'm just gonna go ahead and do this.
Okay. So now that we have the main part of this done, I am okay with this other area over here not being like textured as much. My biggest part was right here because this is an actual scene in the movie. All right, cool. Cool. Now the other thing that I'm going to need to do is I am going to have to check with our dinosaurs real quick and see what these guys eat. So we actually have to place down their food so we know what they eat. Obviously, the meat eaters eat other dinosaurs and stuff from feeders, so we're good with those. The ones that I'm worried about is titanosaurs because they're just going to end up dying. Now, they like ground fiber and ground leaf. That doesn't seem right. I'm gonna be honest with you. That does not seem right. So ground fiber and ground leaf. Right. This might actually provide. No, it doesn't. Actually, hold on. I think I like. Let me mix this up a bit. I think I like the ground fiber being in here. Yeah, because we still have the ones that we placed. I think I like that. Ground fiber and ground leaf. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's put some palm trees. No, I didn't select palm tree. What? No, I want to place down some seed plant. Okay. Okay, now we're just trying to account for all the other dinosaurs we're going to be adding to this place as well. Okay. I'll mix it in a little bit more. I think that should be good then. All right, cool. So we have our valley for them. No, it's not a lot, but I said it was going to be the easiest section of this. This area, I'm going to put some rocks down. Don't you guys worry. I'm going to have it on random. Okay. Right. Now once we get over here, we're going to take some palm trees and we're going to apply them to this. Okay, do it 2 times. Okay. We want to paint the ground here. I'm trying to figure out what this is underneath this. Is that from the ground fiber? It looks like it's from the ground fiber. Okay. That's interesting. All right. And then all along here, we're going to be putting palm trees just for the riverbed. But we're also going to be putting some rocks down because a lot of our rivers have a whole bunch of rocks on it. So we're going to be placing down these palm trees, but we're going to be mixing them up with the rocks. Okay. I did notice that this was a lot rockier than
other islands that the films have been taking place on. So that's something I have to actually think about as I'm making this. This right here also, and I have to bring this in a little bit more. Yeah. Flip it down. Clean it. At least up there. Okay. Every once in a while, an ice cream truck comes by, and all of a sudden, you could just hear its music in the background. Back when I used to have to do Zoom calls, you'd hear an ice cream truck every so often, and it was so annoying. It's like so unprofessional to just hear an ice cream truck in your background. So it was just annoying to deal with. Okay, nice. Now we can add some rocks to the side of this. Right here, we're going to be doing the swamp that they actually walk through. So I think up to right here, this is where these guys coming from, right? So I think rocks up to right here is okay, right? But then we have something right here. I think we bring this mountain up closer over here to make it look like you can't actually go through this. Also, they have an archway that they look through when they come through here, so it would make kind of sense to like have them look a certain way. They can't go. Okay. So this right here is going to be like some like swampy looking area. We can actually probably do that nicely with some of these ferns. Right? And then just bring these trees up to the very edge so you can still see the river, and so it doesn't actually remove everything else. And this could be our natural blockage that they just choose not to go towards. Okay, so we want to grab our ferns again. We want to bring the intensity down. Or I guess not at all, apparently. Okay. And then we're gonna remove some of it. All right, and then we want to look for like a tree that would be good for this area. Kind of like a willow. I'm gonna have to take a look at the trees. This. I selected a tree that actually looks good for it. Palms, not these. Those are huge. A couple of these won't hurt to have. Oh, these ones are kind of like the other area though that we aren't going to be doing. That the people on the boat actually witness. I know these trees aren't for this environment, but I kind of want to just make it look different than the rest of the forest. There's a lot of different looking trees all throughout the entire map. So it just looks okay. That's not gonna work. That one's not gonna work. This one will work. We don't want to go any like pine trees. Um, I think that'll work for that. Okay, and then these guys, right? These guys are gonna have a lot of rocks that they're gonna have to go through. Okay, let's switch to tropical ones now. All right. I'm pretty sure we have a big tree somewhere that we can place down. This could be where they sleep for the night or something, right? Big tree. Looking for big. May have passed it already. May have passed it. Yep. Big tree is at the top. Here we go. Big tree. It's called big tree, guys, for a reason. Big tree. Okay. Big tree can go here. Okay. We want to take our dirt. And we want to drag it out over here. Okay. Cool. Perfect. Right, so as we are following the river, this is going to be dirt, but at the very edge of that dirt, it's going to be rockish, right? And we can make this like be the area where Xavier just is pissing or something, and you know the Meteordon comes out of nowhere and just kills the raptors. So let's just place a couple more rocks. Maybe add some more trees. Let's do bushless trees. Okay, never mind, not bushless trees. Let's do open trees. Right? Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, open trees. Okay, open trees all the way throughout here. Same thing with here. I noticed that we've been kind of dividing up things and making it look like there's pathways when realistically there shouldn't be pathways on a lot of this stuff, right? And if you go into it, right, you can see where you can go, right? So it's fine. Okay. Means there has to be power lines, not power line, the tubing that we're gonna put for our geothermal power, right? They're gonna come right here and they're gonna see the power lines, and the power lines are gonna go from here pretty much all along this mountain, right? And but they're gonna need a reason to go over here, so it's going to probably just go across and then end up being on this side of the river somehow, right? I don't know, somehow we have to figure out how to put power lines, but that's for the stream later on, right? For us to figure out later on. The only other thing that we have to do now is the area for our T-Rex encounter with the raft. Now, we have the river going this way, right? So most of it's already done. The only thing that we have to do is build the building for the raft. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that from the movie that I have so I can reference it. Because it kind of shows all of it, right? So the way this works is going to be interesting. So they're going to be over here, I'm guessing. Meaning the raft area is going to be over here. Means the T-Rex. Okay, this is making sense to me in my mind. Okay, so we're gonna remove this. Right, we're gonna remove this. Okay, and we're gonna remove some of this over here. Right. Taking our sand. Right. This is where the kids are. Right. This is where the family is. Blah 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 blah. Right. This is where the dock is going to be. With the shed and everything, right? Parasaurolophus body is gonna be right here, and the T-Rex is gonna be right here. It's gonna go out this way to go drink water, and they're gonna get in the raft right here, right? And then they're gonna, obviously we know how the scene goes, and they go this way, right? So that actually makes so much sense to me. The only thing is, I know this area is elevated. And I don't really want to split up this river a little bit too much because it won't. My thing here is this is going to be elevated, right? Because they're going to fall down into this area. Now, if they fall down into this area, this means this is elevated, meaning I'm going to have to cut off the river here, right? Somehow get this part of the river to go down into this part of the river. So this area up here be even more elevated than this area up here, because rivers don't go upward for no reason, right? I don't think at all they go upward. And this is where Xavier would be taking his piss out anyways, right? So he'd be taking a piss downward down the waterfall, and you know, it'd be going down here. So this area would be lower than this area. This area would be higher than this area. But this area would end up being higher than this area because this area is where the river flows from this area. So overall, it doesn't make any sense. This map I made like 3 times. The first time I made it without even thinking about the movie. I was just gonna make this a random map build. Second time I remade this map is when after I saw the dam part of the leaked footage that was coming out, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, my dam isn't halfway across the map here, right? Where it was before. And then the third time I redid it is when I watched the entire movie over. Or when I watched the entire movie over. When I watched the movie for the first time when it came out. And so I couldn't really change things at that point because all of this had been done at that point. Right? All of this had been done. A lot of stuff had been done. A lot of it has been planned. So I was just like, okay, well, that's a messy situation, right? So in Evolution 3, whenever that comes out, again, I keep saying whenever that comes out. We know when it's coming out. When Evolution 3 comes out, I'll be doing this again. It won't be my first one. I'll be going in order of the Jurassic films, except for I'm going to be doing Jurassic World first. And then I'll be getting to Jurassic Park. So I'd be going like, you know, Jurassic World, and then I'd edit that one to make it look like Fallen Kingdom. And then from there, I'd be doing, like some of these other maps that we have, right? Like we do like a Sanctuary build, we do like a Biosyn one, you know, some other things. And then we're going to get to the Rebirth one. And then we'd go back around and do the Jurassic Park one, Jurassic World, and the Jurassic Park 3 ones at a later date after. Because those ones are the ones that I actually haven't done yet on this channel. And I know people have suggested them on my channel, in my Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord, it's linked in the description. But people have suggested them. It's just, I've been putting them off, especially at this point, because it's already August. By the time I get to them, I pretty much do a build per month. Or at least 3 builds per month, 2 builds per month, you know, 2 to 3 builds per month. So it takes me 1 month to do an entire build. So at this point, it's just like I'm kind of pushing them off for Evolution 3 so I can make them look good. So that's my whole point of some of these builds, making them look kind of... Well, this one actually looks really good. I really love this one. But I can't wait to do this again in Evolution 3. That's my main point. Sorry for overextending that. That took way too long to explain. Okay. So we have a dock. Thankfully, we actually have a decent looking dock that we can use. Right? We don't have any other docks in this mod pack mods list that we have. And honestly, this one is good. The only thing I have to comment about this one is that it is kind of, it doesn't have like a flat one, right? It has handrails, and this one kind of can go off for like not a flat one, but oh, and the handrails are like a little bit too much, right? But it's fine. I'll be using this one though. All right, so we kind of laid this out already. Actually, hold on. Actually, I have an idea. What if we rotate you? Oh. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. Okay. Right, let's bring you closer to the water. All right. Cool. So that's where that's going to be. Now this building is quite simple. Again, we are going to be using our straight walls. It's been a while since we've used these, actually. Let me go up here and see the correct angle that we will be using. I believe it is this angle. Okay, cool. And somehow it closed it for me. Okay. Interesting. Right. So this building's quite simple to make. Again, there's not going to be any like coloring to it. Because I'm using these straight walls. So what I'm doing is I'm going to be placing down one, two, and then three. Right, and then so for these ones, what I'm going to be doing, these are going to be our two sides, right? It opens up like a mouth a little bit, right? Gonna be like this, right? We might wanna bring this one closer. Okay, gonna open like that. Do we want to? Go a little bit more. And then we also want to bring it down a bit because it's not this tall. It's not going to be this tall. Okay. So we have our two main things here, right? Then we want to place one. Want to place this inside of this one. And we can give it some texture, right? By making it go in a little bit. Here, let's just place it down and let's place down another one just because we're going to use another one. Right. Make it go in a little bit just to give it some texture on the outside so it's not just all flat, right? Right. Copy this, paste that one there. And then we want to take this one to the other side where we don't have the right shading so we can't really see. Okay, and then we're gonna just do that a couple of times and follow the angle upward. Okay, so I'm predicting we need 4 more. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Click on this. We drag this up. Oh, nope, messed that up. Oh, now I have to copy this one again, paste it. Okay, click off of it, click it back. I bring it up. X-axis, it is X-axis. Okay. We might actually be able to get away with this one. Let's bring this down a bit more. Then bring this in. Okay. I just realized that this is messed up. Okay. That fixes it. Nice. All right. And then what we want to do is this back part right here, we're going to hide it with pushes. So it's not going to just be like completely done. The only other thing that we have to do now is kind of make this part that goes out and like have like the floorboards, right? So we're going to want to take this piece, click rotate, and we want to rotate it until it's on the floor at like a decently even amount, right? I'm using like the line right here. Kind of judge that. Again, it probably isn't even, but I'm just going to say it is. Okay. All right. And so since this is a floor that's going to be dropped down by the whole thing, I'm going to actually be doing that piece separately. Okay. Select these two pieces, bring them back a little bit. Okay. Now I need to place down one more wall. Okay. Press R and R. A. Select this one. Paste it. A. Select it. Okay. Then I go and press G again. Copy this one, paste this one there. Copy this one, paste this one there. Make sure you save the location by just clicking off of it. Okay. And I want to select both of these since they're there already. Okay. And so since this is going to fall out, we want to make sure that this corner is kind of matched up with this corner, right? So when you think about it, it goes something like this. Right? Actually probably mimic this with it. Right? It goes something like this. Right? But the thing is, it's not going to be at this middle axis right here. It's going to be more so right here. So the way we have it now doesn't really make sense. Right? So we're just not going to save it. I was just using it as a reference. Right? And then I'm going to go back into this mode, move it on the x-axis. So where it kind of makes sense. Okay, we're gonna go back in R. We're gonna rotate it slightly. Actually, hold on. We're gonna rotate it a decent amount. I'm gonna drag this all the way over here. Okay, back in G. R. G. Okay, we're gonna bring these two sections up. Move it on the x-axis backwards. Cool. Now the next thing we have to do is our roof. Our roof is somewhat easy because we already have these two parts right here. We're gonna place down two more walls. We're gonna go into the rotation mode. Copy this one. Copy this one. Go into placement mode. That one, paste that one. Copy that one, paste that one. Okay, click on both of them. Y brings you up here. Then you want to bring that all the way up to the top right here. And then boom, we have our area for our boat. All right. Now, if we are in a situation like we are now where we don't really want to see the back part, we can easily just fix this by pretty much making these walls that are in the front. Right, go into rotation mode, copy this one, paste it, copy this one, paste it. Okay, copy, paste, copy, paste. Save the location, click on both of them, move them on the x-axis, all the way to the very end, right? And then we can press R, rotate it on the y-axis until it's kind of split in half. Okay. This now, and we want to move it on the x-axis. Okay. Rotate it down. G. Axis again. Y. X-axis again. Boom. Okay, and that's going to be the back side of it. Again, I said we were going to probably make this kind of hide out in the trees, so that's what we're going to end up doing. Make sure you select all the different sections that we have placed. It should be only a couple. The way that I make sure that I select all my sections is I select everything that I see, press Y. If I don't select it, I press my right click and it puts it, but I want to make sure I know where that part I didn't select is. So I select it after I put it down. So I'm like, okay, boom, that's the hit mark. I kind of explained that a little bit earlier, but it wasn't a lot. Okay. Next thing is this little shack, right? It's going to be right here. And we're going to move it back a decent amount. It's higher elevated. Right? It's higher elevated. Meaning this hill is going to be here. Okay. Which is perfect. Okay. We can remove all of the trees that we're probably going to end up seeing, the grass and all that stuff. We're going to put dirt down here. Now we don't have this dirt that we will want to be seeing. It's okay. Fine. This is where the dirt's going to be. Now we're going to have some sand on our edges. Let's actually keep it as rocks. We're going to keep it as rocks. And we're going to mix in some... do I want to mix anything in here? No, I don't want to mix anything in here. I actually like how the rocks are looking. Okay. Cool. Now our raft is going to be in here. All right, we have our raft there. And then I want to take some more tree hats and put them here. Now, when the T-Rex sees them... Actually, hold on. She's rocking across here. You can see like the whole entire valley and all that stuff, right? So we're going to assume that it's from this angle. We have some rocks right here as she's crossing. Oh yeah, this thing is very small. So if we want to hide this, we can. Again, I'm going to be using our hats to do that. If I could remember where this one hat is. Where is our... There it is. We're gonna hide this in the back here. That's okay. Okay. And then right here, we're gonna have our T-Rex hiding in the bush. Okay. Okay. So that's as simple as that's going to be. Then we're gonna take our heavy forest full. Put it all along here. Maybe put some here. And then we're gonna take some more of our long grass. Put it all right here. Okay. Take some of our dirt. Make it look like the dirt goes up to the rock. Okay, and boom, that's where our T-Rex is gonna end up being. I'm gonna take some more rocks and put them down like right here or something. Because this is where our Parasaurolophus body is going to end up being. Okay. I know there's a mod for bones. I don't think I have it in this. If there is a mod for bones. Oh, wait, we have. Only thing is, oh, we're gonna have bones. We're not gonna have the actual thing, so it's fine. Okay. We're gonna rotate you just up a little bit. Right. And we're gonna have a rock. Okay. We want to take this bush that is in here. It's this one. Okay. And elevate this up just a little bit over it. This one, elevate it up. Now we want to do this side so it just doesn't look like this whole thing is floating. Okay. Boom. Nice. Looks good. Right, and I don't think we have like any sort of like raft. We have a lifeboat. I don't think we have a. But we could honestly put this boat in here. Okay. If we're gonna rotate these two planks. That'll work. And then boom. Okay, cool. Now the only thing we have left to do in this area is place down some more vegetation. Let's do open trees. Okay. And there's a lot of trees in behind this thing, so I'm gonna also put some trees there too. Okay. Sucks that we don't have like an actual dirt. Make this look so much nicer. That's kind of a mess up on my part. Sorry, guys. Okay. And then this is the river that they'll be going down. I'm going to bring some of the trees closer in. And then we're going to do like a rock formation. Probably just like right here. All right. You guys know what this is. For some reason the T-Rex didn't want to go on the other side of the rock. Probably scratch his face up a little bit too much. I don't know. Okay. Let's take out some of our vegetation in the middle river because I hate that. Okay. And we want to make this river look a little bit deeper, so I think that's dirt, right? Put rock in the center. All right, cool. We have this little area for our different things. You can see that my game is starting to lag more. That's as many decorations as I have. Wow, that's actually crazy. But yeah, okay. I might want to add some more bushes here. Maybe just some ferns. Whoa, that's a lot. Hold on. Ground cover then? Yeah, let's do ground cover. Let's put some ground cover in the water as well to make it look a little bit less bland. Yeah, I hate trees in the water, but the ground cover in the water makes it look a little bit more swampy. But yeah. All right.